Okay. Tangle Tower, mid-afternoon. I'll adjust the sound if it needs to be adjusted. Just let me know if it's too loud or not. Lake Edge.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
Now, can you switch? No, you can't switch the settings on a fly.
It's a bird bath. Is that just
The birds
No,
seem
I
to
don't
like
They're
it.
even
Please don't do that.
rocks,
Fascinating.
aren't they?
I'm surprised you can click on those.
Do you think anybody's watching us from one of those windows?
Maybe. Let's wave just in case.
So, how is the sound? Does that sound good with the voice acting and such and the music?
Mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier. Why is the sky yellow?
Not everything is a mystery, Grimoire. The sky can be whatever color it likes.
I love this game's charm.
That's a big lake.
It's kind of purple. Looks poisonous.
I think it's just water.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised you can click on all
water
this
with
stuff.
poison in it.
Like, usually you can only click on set things, but so far everything I've clicked on has done something.
That's the little boat we used to cross the lake.
Maybe have the voices be a bit louder.
It's the only way on or off the island.
What a comforting thought.
Can I get back
That's the
to
little boat we
the...
used to cross the lake. It's the
What a comforting.
I can't... How do I exit? Hang on. Because what I was going to do is if the voices need a bit louder, I don't want to make the music louder. So I'm going to have to change the settings here and then increase... Basically, lower the music here and then increase the volume on my computer would be my thought. But I have to go in here to do that, apparently. I'm assuming you can pause later on, but I want to do it now before we get going. Okay, so I want to turn... I wish you could just do them on the fly. I said US, not UK. Maybe down a little bit. Keep the voices up. Okay, we'll see if that works. Okay, now let me go and quickly turn up the sound. Okay, try that.
mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
Whatever
Is
they
that
are,
good?
they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier. The ground's moist. But it's
Better.
not muddy.
You think it needs to be louder still? Or does my voice need to go softer more so? Which, I mean, I could push the mic back a little bit. Just to kind of go through more dialogue first? Okay.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already. It's a path. Or walking. I tied the boat up to the mooring post, so it'll stay put. For now. Probably.
Loving the confidence. It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
I love this so much.
What are they?
Wind chimes. Silent, wooden wind chimes.
Do you think anybody's watching
Maybe
us?
let's
I already
wave
got that
just in
one.
case.
Do you think anybody's watching us from one of those windows?
Okay, hang on. Oh, summer. Alright, it's at 27. It was at 24. I don't want it to get too loud because I know sometimes the game audio is too loud. But I don't know how long I'm going to be or how much I'm going to be talking for this one because there is voice acting, so.
Maybe. Let's wave just in case.
What haven't I checked yet?
It's a garden. I think. It's currently far away.
We could walk closer to it.
Okay.
Ready when you are. It's a garden. I think. Ready when you are.
You ready, Sally?
Grimoire, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
Do they is that actually based on my time
Yeah.
or?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Murder victim, Freya Fellow, 19. Died while painting a portrait of Flora Fellow, 58. Location, Flora's Tower. Flora was present as she was posing for a portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint, it was discovered to be blood. Tangle Tower. A small painting on a scrap of paper, a few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays it goes by Tangle Tower, but it's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base. It is surrounded by a circular lake. The water is an unusual mix of colors. The lake is enclosed by sheer, pale cliffs. They are too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. Okay. There's the settings, so I can get there through this. So if we need to change anything now, we can change it via this, which is good. Okay. Freya. How was Freya killed? Murder victim, Freya Fellow, died while painting a portrait of Flora Fellow. Okay, yeah, that's all the stuff that was in the... Okay, there's the map. Man, I love this game's style. What would be funny? Oh, if it was based on the time. Have you looked into this at all, Summer, or not? Like, is this blind for you as well? music is very good. Okay.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
That must be Tangle Tower. What animal is that?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
I love this game already.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
Look closer?
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
The column segments can be rotated, but what's the purpose of it? I don't think I can do anything with this right now.
Something
more
tells
so I
me
don't
we're
know.
not gonna solve this just yet.
Yeah.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Harp statue. An old weathered statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each segment. So they keep this in here so you can come back to it. So that's cool. That's good.
And it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to be.
Damaged tape. The cassette tape has been damaged by water. The ink on the label was blurred and illegible. Oh, you can also, like... Okay.
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
I like this. I like her.
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed
It's
to...
not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
It's the sky. It's quiet.
No, I don't care. It's
not.
quiet.
It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
This is some garden.
No,
plants
I
all
want
look
to see new
It's a path through
stuff.
the garden. Leads up to the house, I assume.
The pond has little stone feet.
Seems a bit superfluous.
You're superfluous. It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a band.
It's a one-man bandstand. Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
Alright. Main entrance. Well, the O is gone.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah. Tangle tour.
Tour. Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh yeah. Tangle.
Tour.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
I wonder if that has to do with the statue, maybe.
It's red, but I don't think it's painted. It's just red. Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
What's this?
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
No, definitely.
The envelope has been ripped open. There is a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Okay, so I assume the combination is for the statue, but we don't have that sheet, unfortunately. What's this? Anything?
That leads back to the gardens. Which one do you think came first? The tree or the house?
The age-old question.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Is this anything?
A path leading towards the stone square.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try
cute.
to go inside?
Thank you for the sub.
Tangle Tower, more like Tingle Tower, am I right up top?
Thank you for the sub. This game's already really good. I think it's definitely your type of game.
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Let's go here.
Let's head to the
first.
crime scene first.
No, fuck you.
It's at the top of the west tower, I think.
Grand Hall.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
P. Oh, because it's the pointers and the fellows.
This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
How very perceptive of you.
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Let's look closer.
Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married twice.
Scandal.
Lady Fellow.
I see now. The only thing is, I'd have to play the detective grimoire. Like it would be out of order, and I think this one is definitely better than the first one, just because it has so much more style to it. But it's not like I wouldn't enjoy the first one.
Do these people not have first names?
Selena Stonetop.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere.
Okay, so Lord Fellow married Lady Fellow, and then also this Selena Stonetop, I think. I assume that's what. Because I assume they would technically be next to each other, but. And so that's Felicia Fellow.
Felicia Fellow.
Hi, Q. Well, yeah, I don't blame you if you feel like playing this, but it's definitely really good already. It's got a lot of
Freya's mother.
personality.
Do you think she still lives here?
Okay, so already I can see one thing. So Freya was murdered, right? And she was painting Flora Fellow, which I assume would be... Wait. Wasn't it Flora Fellow or was it Fiona Fellow? No, I think it was one of the... I think it was Flora Fellow, which must be Lady Fellow. But the thing is... I'm wondering if someone on this side, because... You know, she wasn't a part of the main family line of the Fellows.
Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
Damien Dusk.
Whoa. Is it too late to change my name to Detective Dusk?
It's Freya's father. Do you think he still lives here?
Okay, so Flint Fellow.
Flint Fellow.
A purebred fellow, if there ever was one. Married a randomer, though.
Do you think he still lives here? Felix Fellow. Looks like he married his way into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
So he married into the Remington family, and then the Pointers are... Okay, so technically they say there's the Pointers and the Fellows, but then the Remingtons are kind of in between, it looks like. So Flora Remington, that's Flora... But I thought it was Flora Fellow. Did she... Well, she married Felix Fellow. Okay, that makes sense. So Flora Remington married Felix Fellow, and she was the one that was being painted by Freya Fellow, who was the murder victim. It's very good. I'm loving the voice acting already. Emily Everstone.
Emily Everstone. Do you think she still lives here?
I don't know. Apparently no one lives here according to you guys. I'm assuming someone lives here.
Fitz Fellow. Half Fellow, half Everstone.
Do you think he still lives here?
Do you have to say that after every person?
Lord Remington.
He sounds important. Lady Remington.
I think I have one of those in my bathroom. Flora Remington.
I think she's mentioned in our case file. Primrose Remington.
I always liked the name Primrose.
Do you think she still lives here?
Richard Remington.
The one and only. Fiona Fellow. Dead center. She must be important.
She's half Fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here?
Oh my lord. Do you think she still lives here?
Lord Pointer.
What do you mean, what is in this tree? It's the family tree. Did you leave for a second? Or are you looking at the crab? What do you mean, why is there incest? Is there?
This goes back a couple of generations.
Felix Fellow married Flora Remington, so Fiona Fellow was their daughter. So Flora Remington's actually Flora Fellow because, you know, she got married to Felix Fellow. Lady Fellow and Lord Fellow had Flint Fellow and Felix Fellow. Flint Fellow married someone who wasn't a part of any of these families, and had I assume either had a daughter or married Emily Everstone and had Fitz Fellow. Richard Remington? Where? No. It's just the way. No. It's not connected to these guys. See? It's connected to the top line. Lord Remington, Lady Remington had Flora Remington, Richard Remington, and Primrose Remington. It's just they couldn't fit them all in one line because of how the fonts are and, you know, how the design is.
Lord Pointer.
This goes back a couple of generations. Lady Pointer.
How do you become a lady? I want to be a lady.
Buck Brackley.
What a name.
Do you think he still lives here?
Percival Pointer. He married into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
Pandora Pointer.
All this alliteration isn't happening by accident, is it?
Do you think she still lives here? Penelope Pointer.
Half Pointer, half Brackley.
Do you think she still lives here?
Yeah, but here's the question, guys. Do you think they still live here?
Poppy Pointer.
She's half Remington and half Pointer.
Do you think she still lives here?
Can I look at the crab, though?
Pretty.
Oh, that doesn't say anything cool, though.
Pretty.
Okay, so that's good to kind of get a grasp of who is who. I'm not going to remember all these connections, by the way, but... Will they put that in my case file, I wonder? No, but I can come back here and check.
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue? A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Stairs. Now it's a big glass tube filled with water.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it. Anymore. Finally, we get to investigate a
No,
murder.
that's not. I want the new stuff.
Finally, we get to don't ruin this. Finally,
That's
we
the
get
only
to
thing-
don't ruin this.
With this, is usually in games it's obvious what you can click. Like, there's only certain things. And here, it's like, okay, like in Layton, if I clicked here, it just wouldn't do anything, right? Whereas in this case, everything is clickable, but some things don't give you new dialogue. Like, clicking this is going to give me the same
Finally,
thing
we
about
get
the
to ruin
mansion.
this.
And there's no real way to know
It's not locked.
what triggers.
Finally, we get to
information.
investigate don't ruin this. Stairs. Finally, we get
It's
to
not
don't
that-
ruin this. We should try and be finished before it gets dark. No pressure.
Okay, well, let's move on. Okay, so they said the left tower is where the crime scene was. So we're gonna go up here.
Let's head to the crime scene. It's at the top
Yeah,
of the west
I'm like-
tower, I think.
Flora's tower.
Let's take a look at that painting first. The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas,
So?
so she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
Died while placing a portrait. Laying on her back with a single stab wound in her chest. Which is, so yeah. So that's what's weird. Is she died with a stab wound to her chest, but if she was standing close to the painting, how? Which is the mystery.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
Freya was unable to finish the painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. Okay.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
I didn't get to look at everything yet. Maybe because I already... Okay, so hang on. Guess we're gonna put it there. But I don't have knife as a thing. Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. That should be it.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
I'm just gonna be silly here.
The paint palette is completely covered in a gramophone because Freya was going to eat it. Nope.
Felix Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood.
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right.
Okay, so then it has to be the portrait. Wait, hang on. It's holding a knife tipped with blood, so if it's not removed from the scene... Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood.
Flora's portrait is
There we
holding
go.
a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
An unfinished painting.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
The palette has a variety of paints loaded into it. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. That's more green, honestly, but the paintbrush is still covered with the dried red paint.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting. Looks like
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Okay, same thing.
Freya's painting supplies.
Small glass pots of red, yellow, blue, black, and white paint. The glass pots are cracked down one side. Okay.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
We have a tape deck, or tape. Place cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. It's pointed towards the middle of the room. There's a noticeable crack running through it all the way from the horn down through the tape deck. Okay.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
The cassette tape has a crack down the middle. There is a handwritten message on the label to Freya.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
Wow, let's see if this one will play.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune. It's piano music.
This is almost like Summer's favorite song. It's close to Summer's favorite song. Okay.
The whole room has a strange feeling about it.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
It's an
We're
eye.
at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well read.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
Plot the positions of the gems. Rotate the egg to see the clues on the back. Wait, hang on. But it's not the same. Okay, I see. You gotta go by the lines, I bet. So... Okay, so I want to go... This line here is similar to this line. So then I want to connect the green and red there. Right? Which one was end was the green on? No, the other way around. Okay, then this one is yellow and purple, and it's straight line up, sideways. Okay, so that one is this one, and the purple is on the short end. Okay. Okay, for this big line here. That one is here. The purple's on the short end, and then the blue. This one... Is it... Yeah. So blue and the red is close to the thingy. Okay, then all that's left is... this line and this line. That line is purple, which is already... So the other one is yellow and green, which must just swap. Maybe? Wait. No, it's the other way around. No, wait. Yeah, it's the other way around. But nothing happened, so did I screw up? Unless I'm completely missing what the actual... Pink and pink. Purple's on the short one. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the puzzle here. What happens if I leave?
Reset the puzzle?
No, something should happen then. Okay, Unless you can't do this yet, but...
Just gonna rest my brain.
No, I can do this, because they would say
Is
you
that
can't do
an
this
A?
shit.
An A.
If that's the thing.
What a completely ordinary up.
I had to be right, though, right? Maybe I just had one of them in the wrong spot. If the purple is on... Yeah, this one... Okay, so this should be purple and yellow. Purple and blue with the short one here. And then for the thick line, blue and red. Red and green for this, and that should be red and green. Red and green. Green. Okay. That's purple and or diamond, and then this one the green should be here. And then, yeah, yellow, purple, blue, red. What am I missing here? Okay, wait, here's an idea. So this is like a clock, right? Click the locks in the upper right. This?
That's the one.
Hey, not
Oh,
bad.
okay. I did have it. I just didn't realize how to open it.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
So there is something in there.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
Freya's painting supplies.
Okay.
Flora Fellow?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora?
She's not gonna talk.
I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
Statement.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya? She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that
Maybe she
possible?
can't speak. Maybe she's a mute. She's mute. Oh, psych lock. Okay. So now we can go other places. Let's go here. Stone Square.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too. A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
It's Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower. It's Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion. Is that a clock?
Sorry if I'm not talking too much, but I mean, with this kind of game, I feel like it's not really needed.
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Rotate the dials until all 4 hands are in the correct position. Yeah, but what is the correct position? Probably the one that's on the right? No, because that one moves. So is it what, just get them all in the same position, maybe? And that wasn't hard, if that's
Nope.
the case.
So moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands in the opposite direction. It's like cogs on a machine.
Yeah, but the question is, where do you need to turn them to?
I guess that's wrong.
Did you work out what direction each hand needs to be facing? Each one ends with a little hoop. Try looking through the hoop and ignoring the rest.
Okay, wait. That doesn't tell me anything because everything is identical here. It's not changing in the hoop. I mean, I guess I'm supposed to be able to
I'll do
solve
this
this
later.
now.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, that almost looks like a 2. But I don't think... See, and I can't tell if I'm supposed to know other things to make this easier. Because as of right now, I don't know how you would know... what would be, like, where would he to go? Okay, why does that keep snapping in place? Okay, so wait, this one seems to snap in place on edges. So is this one. So they all, okay, so they all end up snapping like that. There's only 4 choices then. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense, because, yeah, okay. Okay, here's my question. Does this change the look at all? Well, wait a minute. So if these are numbers, right? So that would be a 6. Though I guess it could be a 9. And if that's a 2, you'd want that to be at the top. But then the question is, what would these other numbers be? Three. This would be a 3. Okay. So if that's a 3, what would this one be? So if 3 is there... Okay, hang on. That's a 9, right? Yeah, that'd be a 9. So you want this one to be on top. You want this one to be on top. You want this one to be on the right, and you want this one to be on the right. Okay, wait. So that's gonna move... So it moves the ones next to them. Okay. So... Is that right? That's right.
Nope.
So
No.
moving any of the hands turns the adjacent like cogs on a machine.
No, I wanted this... No, that... Wait. Maybe that's not a 9. Maybe it's a 6. I was close. What other number could that be? It's either 9 or 6, right? So if that's a 6, then this one would be a 9. That one seems... Or maybe they're both 6s. Why are they not both 6s? They could both be 6s. Wait, I want this to go. No, I want... Hang on. I don't want it to move like that. Also, I want it, if this is a 9... Or, no, this... Did I say this is a 9 or is this a 6? This has got... If I'm trying to get this over here... I don't know. Because I don't even know where it's supposed to go. I'm not even positive this is right is the problem. That's not gonna make it...
Got it.
There we go. Okay.
I'm impressed.
9s and 6s are tough because they're basically the same number. I mean, they're not, but like when you turn them upside down, they're... They're similar.
What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
A small brass tool with a curved lens. It has a screw at the base.
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too. A pointless little stone
I
tower.
don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
Hi. Whoa. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick, Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, so they're another detective.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do. It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
I'm not really big on how fast the cutscenes go. They seem to go. There's no pause between the shifts between text, and obviously you can pause it, but
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
you have to like pretty much press A right before. Yeah, it's a nitpick, but it's a minor nitpick. It's still a nitpick. Oh, well, thank you, Naran. Hey, how you doing? I don't think I can be able to pronounce that. Zayu? This game is really fun so far.
You really think so?
Okay, yesterday.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the
I
library.
can do that. Hey,
But
son.
before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the
Okay.
Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the Fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the Fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Okay. So I don't think maybe... I mean, obviously there's more with this character because they're investigating something. I don't think they were involved in the murder, though. But, I mean, I could be wrong. Okay, so... let's go check out the gardener, then. Oh, well, tell Rock I said thanks, but... yeah, no, I fully understand being busy. Like, that happens. The game I'm playing right now is it's a Layton-like game called Tangle Tower, a part of the Detective Grimoire series. Very good so far. As far as like, it's very charming, and the art is like beautiful. It's a wonderful art style. Okay, well you're creepy. Let's ignore you for now.
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference. It's bigger in here than I thought it would be. It's bigger in here than I thought it would be. This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
A potted fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. The soil in the pot is an unusual blue color.
Tools.
Hey, Kingness. That's not what said. What the dialogue box said?
Used by a gardener. For gardening.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
It's bigger in here than I thought it would be.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that she...
Bigger
I thought you were
than
saying
I
the girl
thought it would
didn't
be.
say what the text said, so I was confused. You're not wrong, though.
Bit of a decadent flooring choice for a greenhouse.
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is a rich manor, right? That's kind of expected, I feel.
A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
Let's look closer. Well, pie. Can you...
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters, I think.
Alpha.
Greek letters, I think.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Well, I don't know if I can do anything.
What do you
with
make
this.
of it?
Not a whole lot.
Alright, let's talk to this creepy guy.
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
I'll just let
Is
it play.
anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry. Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Felix Fellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
Why are you so tall?
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like, condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA, sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
He's clearly smarter than just a gardener, though.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked.
You
That's
did not
normal.
mention
She
that.
usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
Okay, I gotta look at the... I want to look at the,
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the Fellow Tower.
This could be interesting.
I'm gonna go later. I want to go look at the, family tree again.
What is
I
that?
think it's a family tree.
Okay, so that's Fitz, is the gardener. So he's basically the second youngest, or from Freya. So he is the son of Felix and Flint. Now, Poppy was the one that was with him, who is daughter of Percival and Primrose. Felix took charge. Felix wouldn't be his father. Felix is his uncle, basically. He's the one who took charge. Okay.
Poppy Pointer.
She's
Do you think she still lives here?
Where do we want to go next? This would be his room, right? So let's go there. Wow, there is nothing in this room.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know. Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock.
Okay.
Sort of.
Rearrange the pieces of paper to find the combination for the box's padlock. Here's the pieces of paper. Okay, well... that doesn't seem right. You can't rotate it, can you? Okay, so the wait, I want to. This wants to go at the bottom. It's not gonna fit though, unless it's actually. This. Okay, wait. So if this one goes... Okay, wait. I think I understand. How do you know the order, though? Because basically, you want to combine them, and when you combine them, because there's different ways you can combine them, it tells you what ones are going to be there. But how do you know which one, what the order of each one is? Because, like, that's one of them. I guess let's just figure out what leaves we actually need first. Okay. I mean, I know. Okay, I know what that one is. So. Well, maybe it doesn't matter because maybe there's only. Well, no, it's more. It's this one here. Okay, so actually it wouldn't matter because there's only so many per. Like, I think this one only appears in this row. Same with that one. Okay, so then. What other ways can we combine these? Like this. So it would be this one. Right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, so then I just need this one. No, I did this one already, right? Yeah, I did this one. Okay, this one needs to be on the top. Oh, it is, okay, it is that one. Okay, perfect.
There we go.
Perfect. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
PP and FF. A metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved on it, and its letters on either side of the heart. PP, heart, FF. Okay, well, that's obvious. PP, heart, FF would be Poppy Pointer loves Felix Fellow. Wouldn't they be related, though? Oh, okay, cool. They have connections here. So Emily Everstone and Flint Fellow is his father. Maybe they wouldn't be related, but still, it would be kind of weird because their families are closely related.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
There's someone outside the window.
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure? Doesn't look soft. Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
I mean, this room isn't full of anything.
What?
It's a big empty space. It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Slide the lid open and then move the tiles into the correct slots. How do you know what the correct slot is? I mean, it's not this, is it?
Nothing. Still
The
locked.
tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots. Are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
Okay. So, it wouldn't be like this, would it? This seems too simple too. Not that the other pattern was any more simple.
Nope. It's not budging.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else. Let's come back once we...
Okay,
No.
you can't do this one yet then. Alright, actually, I am going to be right back. Take a quick break, and when I get back, we'll explore some more. Really liking this game. It's definitely... I've been itching for a good mystery game. There hasn't been a good mystery game for a while because the last Layton game was not good. And I guess the last one I played visual novel wise was Danganronpa, but we haven't had a new Phoenix Wright recently, so really loving this. Be right back. A 2-minute break. I'll put on an ad break, and I'll be right back after I get a drink of water. I'm back. Where do I go next? I guess let's just take this side of the tower and go through it. Workshop.
Puffer fish?
Yes. It's also a lamp, for some reason. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
Is this girl in the first Detective Grimoire, I wonder? I know the art style's not as good in that game. This one's like way more polished looking, but I still feel like I might want to play that after this.
It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light. Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked?
Hey, Coolio.
Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
Let's look closer.
What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
Use the treasure map to discover the combination for the chest padlock. Okay. So the picture on here is okay. So from the X, you can see a dragon, a palm tree far in the distance, and a rock. The dragon is the closest. So it could be, is it this? Just make sure there's nowhere else it could be. No, it's gotta be this one. So that's 4I. But there's 3 letters. Hang on. Oh, is it? Oh, it's north. So 4I. But it wouldn't be north. It would be. I not even on here? Okay, yeah, like it has to be. Okay, 4. Yeah, I feel like the motion would be better with the actual Joy-Con instead of the Pro. Because the motion's fine, it's just hard to point with a Pro controller. Oh, yeah, you're right. We're looking north. Okay, so yeah, it is north. My brain, like, knew... It was like I knew it was north, but I couldn't think about why it was north, if that makes any sense. Like, I knew the logic, I just... For some reason, I wasn't connecting it in my brain, even though I knew that was the reason.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
Wait a minute. I and 4, right? Okay, hang on. I am never wrong. The dragon's on your left. No, but that would be, like, you would be looking north. Okay, well, where else would it be, though? This one you're not going to see any... It's got to be next to a dragon. That's the only one. Unless it was... No, it's got to be here. I mean, clearly not, though, because it's not right. Unless it's south.
Still locked.
I think there's a connection between the painting and, like,
Yeah, I thank
different
you.
versions of the same thing, maybe?
I get it. You don't need to give me hints. H6W. Why H6W? Oh, you're right. It would be H6W. I'm not gonna say that's spoiling the puzzle because I knew what the solution was. I just picked the wrong one. No, up. H 6. Have you played Detective Grimoire, Coolio?
I did it.
Like the first
What
one
do
in
I
the
win?
series?
Not bad.
I have not. I just played this one. I'm just playing this one for the first time, but apparently there's another game in the series.
What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
Well, they're family members. Child with green hair. Well, this one is Freya. That one is Flora. That's probably Felix himself, and that's a chicken. A model resembling a child. It's not a child, it's a chicken. Wait, a child with green hair. Wait a minute. A model representing a woman with gray hair. That's Flora. Oh, the red and white bird. That's not green, though. That's clearly yellow. It's yellow hair. A model represent. Okay. Wooden models have been hand painted. The paint is not skillfully applied. A pot of red paint and a brush is laying nearby. The brush has some dried red paint on it. Okay. No, I know. I know that's not why you solved the puzzle. Like because you played the other game. I just was curious if you had played the series. It was an off-topic segue that didn't really. I didn't really dive into that segue well, but. Okay, what's this?
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
Wooden model of a man holding a sword. The model has been hand-painted, but the paint is not skillfully applied. Yellow, blue, black, and white paints are found nearby.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh. It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
I mean, they're not wrong.
What is it?
He's an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Oh.
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in. It's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so. Shelf junk.
An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed.
A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
Mood. The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Is there anything else I want to check?
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just. I think it's the actual hull of a ship. A little mirror.
Definitely cursed.
It's not cursed. Not everything is cursed.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Okay.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places.
This is just Nigel
uncovering
Thornberry.
Secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer/treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Okay. That's pretty close to what Fitz said. Somewhat. Okay. So let's check here. Freya's room. So this is the room of the dead girl.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No, this is like Harry Potter, like the closet under the stairs.
No
They
windows
clearly do
either.
not care about her. Because she's pretty much disregarded as not a part of the family. Or regarded as not a part of the family. But that looks like the detective, maybe. Or a mountain, but it does...
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Small photograph of the painting. I mean, I guess it's actually a mountain, but it does look kind of like the detective a little bit, color-wise. Could just be a coincidence, but...
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight?
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
Do you think this was always supposed to be?
I don't know.
No windows either. It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
It's a little glass box.
I like Sally.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty. A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Okay, so yeah, we know that Poppy and Fitz are, like, in love. Drawing of a young... So, yeah, Detective Hawkshaw. But that could just mean that Detective Hawkshaw's been around here. But I don't know if...
It's a little wooden box full
the
of
detective is
paintbrushes.
connected to Freya.
To the casual observer, maybe. They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
Swap the brushes into the correct order. Arrange the paper to find the clue. Okay. This one? No. Well, nothing really fits that slope. Okay, hang on. Let's put the corner pieces, or what we think are the corner pieces. I'm assuming this is not a corner piece, only... Well, I mean, I guess it could be. But... So wait, actually, wouldn't it be... This actually fits. Okay, so hang on. If this goes like this... Does that fit in there? Kinda. So, this would go up here then, right? Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So... I'm trying to figure out how this reads. Yeah, she was investigating something else. She wasn't investigating, or Hawkshaw wasn't investigating the murder. She was here for some other matter. We just do not know what that was. Okay, well, this is small and this is big. Oh, okay. Wait, I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So each of these is a spot. So the first one is the smallest one, is what it's saying. Which I think would technically be this one? Or is it saying width, Not height. It might be width, actually. Not height. Which would mean it would be this. And that one would be... No, because it can't. It has to be height because this has the type of brush. So it's got to be the shortest one, which I think would be one of these two. And the tallest one is probably this as of right now. But, okay, we know the orange one has to be the first one as well. So this one has to be number 1. So then the green one of the green ones, and then you have a brush, but it has to be pink. There is no pink. Oh, wait, maybe that's not the paint. Oh, no, wait, hang on. This is the paint on it. This is the type of brush. Okay, that's right then. So, the next one should be blue. So this should be right.
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Photograph of 2 young girls, one with red hair and one with green hair. The photo has a large piece missing. It seems to have been ripped off. Okay, well that's Freya. That's the... Is that Fifi, I think?
Do you think
Fifi
this was
the murderer?
always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know.
No windows either. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Not the kind of lamp I choose.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
Okay, let's go back to the lobby. Oh, hang on. What was... Did I check this?
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
Okay, that's it. Nothing. I want to check this again.
What is that?
I think it's a family trait.
Okay, so Fifi... Wasn't it Fifi? Fifi's not on this list. I thought they said Fifi, didn't they? Or am I completely wrong? So Fitz is the gardener. Felix is his uncle. Felix married Flora. Flora is his wife. So that's her tower is Flora, and they had Fiona. Oh, that could be. So so Fiona would be Flora's daughter. Okay, and Freya's the one that died. But again, keep in mind, so Fitz, all of them would be connected here. Freya, we haven't seen any of these people yet, if they're still here. I'm assuming most of these lords are like probably all dead. We're probably only caring about these people. So Fitz likes Poppy Pointer. So Fitz is... So there's not really that much of a connection then, because Fitz... Flint Fellow and Emily Everstone had Fitz, which has nothing to do with Felix, who married Flora Remington, and then the Poppy Pointer is from Percival Pointer and Primrose Remington. So yeah, there's that's not... It's a little weird, but not really... Not as weird as it could be. Alright, let's just finish off what I can do with this tower so far.
Locked.
So this room. Okay, well there's, if that's Fifi. So I guess the other, so these are the main fellows that are left, are of this main line. Meaning Freya is the only one from not of the main line who lived in this tower, is what it seems like, besides that locked room we haven't got to yet.
Books about
Oh, this
ancient
music
history,
is so good too.
I think.
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
A book on the floor. Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it. Books about geography.
Skip. Books about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched.
It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What is must?
Must. You ask such stupid questions.
Nice. Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Probably don't need to click everything, but like, you have to. It's a point-and-click adventure.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
Well, that's Tangle Tower.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
Hey, look at that. It's a model. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing...
Seems weird that you can examine that, but it could be a red herring.
A book? On the floor. Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody
Oh, I
dropped
already
it.
looked at that.
Sure. Why not?
The search for the archive's downright poetic.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Huh. This is math. Though, I don't math. King this. Help.
Any idea what this means?
If he's still here.
Not a clue.
It's probably
Any
made
idea
up,
what this
honestly.
means?
Not a clue.
Any idea what this
Not
means?
a clue.
Math equations.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
I can't
I'm
do
not sure I
math.
learned anything from that.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
Birds.
And it's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
Bird book. The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mystids. Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. It has particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seeds of the Tantum amica. Okay.
Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Books about nature?
Okay.
It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean?
Must. You ask such
Nice.
stupid...
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you? Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk...
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
So it must be Fiona then, right? Or else who would she be then? Also Fifi. I just realized too, the reason why the text is screwing me up is actually it's not really as delayed as I'm thinking it is. It's only delayed because of my hearing it, the voice acting being delayed. Which means for you guys it's probably actually fine.
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix.
Okay, so this is Fiona Fellow.
But you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist. But it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
Yesterday.
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
Good. This is a really good game.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Okay, can't do anything with that yet.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information.
Oh, they each have...
Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
So they don't know if Flint is alive.
Name, Fitz Fellow. Age, 24.
Also, you can ask him about the other people.
Cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife. Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the 2 possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became, 1, increasingly independent, and 2, increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The 3 of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been... non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
Okay. So can you ask about this stuff too then, right?
Fifi, did you test the red paint?
Oh, there's a lot that I
Yes,
could be
I did.
asking.
I discovered
Okay, I gotta
it
go back
too
to those
with
other
blood,
guys.
not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Wait, so Freya's paint it was a pot of blood? So that means she was painting with blood then.
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
Open letter.
Curious. This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why.
Harp
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell...
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife. What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Like Freya. I like Fifi.
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Okay.
Is she laughing?
That seemed like nervous laughter. To Freya, but that was music, so that seems like it would be from Poppy.
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people
Exactly.
just like eggs.
Some people are wrong.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh yes, it has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
Okay.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth. That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning
See,
from
I
it
can't
whatsoever.
I can't see anything but Detective Hawkshaw from that.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
Okay.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked.
Can't wait.
Let's check that out first, and then we're gonna go back to some of the characters that, now that we have more things to now that we know we can show them things.
suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge. What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments. I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
Yeah, probably 99% disgusting.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
What's that big book on the desk?
Oh, no, I don't care about that.
Notes about her
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe, too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
A pretty ornate window, with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light.
He's a
simple
giant
trick,
dork.
but it really transforms the space.
Homemade
Oh,
posters.
this game is so good. I wish more people were talking about it. Like, it's... Why are... Like, people love Layton and stuff, right? Why are people not talking about this game?
This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
Nah, I've not heard of
Isn't
that
it
man.
Pythagorean?
Are they any good?
Hang on.
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
Maybe it's a different one I'm thinking of. Isn't it... What's the one that's a squared equals b squared equals c squared? Isn't that Pythagorean? I'm pronouncing it wrong, but...
Nah, I've not heard of that man. It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
It's not pronounced Pythagoras, is it? Or whatever. I can't.
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start
You
smoking?
couldn't pull off.
Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
Okay. Usually I pronounce things wrong, but I feel like in this case I was right. Not that I'm pronouncing it right now, but...
I don't know. They just seem old-fashioned to me. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
It's really weird when you're... I mean, I know you make fun of me for pronouncing things wrong, but it's really weird when you hear someone pronounce something completely wrong and you're like, I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but there are definitely times where I've heard people pronounce things like extremely wrong, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute.
That's a whole lot of books. Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Huh. Well, there's math, but that's Freya, right? Freya's connected to me? But how would you know I'm connected to me? And how am I connected? Because I'm investigating? But then Hawkshaw is connected to Pointer. Obviously, Felix and... Oh, wait, is this Sally?
That's you, Sally.
It is Sally.
What? I do not look like that. Do I?
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
So, okay. Then that means Hawkshaw is dating Professor Pointer, potentially? Or no, hang on. Well... Is he cheating on his wife? I assume that's his wife. Because we know that they're in love, or it's implied, and obviously they're like husband and wife. But then again, I don't think we're in love, so it could just be a case of being connected to each other.
That's gotta be Flora.
Who is that?
No idea.
We haven't met them yet.
Who is that?
No idea.
Looks like Fitz.
Who's that?
Not
Yeah,
sure.
but like you had to know them just based on I know who that is. It's Poppy.
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
It's Detective Hawkshaw.
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya.
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
I wonder if we should go back once we've seen more people.
It's a bed.
Barely. Boxes. Of stuff.
What's this?
It looks like a microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure this is a microscope.
Horizontally slide the 4 magnifying lenses to the correct positions. Okay, wait. Okay, this is kind of cool. I just gotta figure out... This makes big things smaller. It's not this one, though. It's gotta be... There we go. Like that?
That's the one.
There we go. That's
Hey,
cool.
not bad.
Not hard, but it was neat.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. It's built on top of a little metal box.
Sorry.
There's a book in here.
A well-used book resembling a diary. It's locked with a strange metal device.
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
Nah, I've not heard of that band.
Stop saying it like that.
Stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
Nice room.
It's a mess, but yeah.
Okay. So hang on, I'm gonna go back here real quick.
What is
I
that?
think it's a family tree.
So I don't know if we know who Penelope... Percival Pointer is the dad, who is related to Primrose, which I think is the one of those that lady we haven't seen. So these people might not even be here. Flint, they said they don't know what happened to Flint. But Fitz is still here because Fitz would be her cousin, I think. Though actually Fitz might be a little bit older than her, actually. Fifi, that is. Alright, so let's...
Finally,
It's not that
don't ruin this.
Let's go back to him first, or her first.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky. Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless. Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective. 314 cases solved. 314.
I like Grimoire. He's a giant nerd.
Tangle
or
Tower.
dork, actually.
No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed, too. You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no, then. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
I mean, she's not wrong.
Paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Did you... There's no reason. Nothing happened there.
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
Huh.
You got it open. I'm impressed.
I have ideas.
I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too?
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
This
She almost
belongs
let
to
something
you,
slip
Hawkshaw?
there.
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing
Wait a
fibers.
minute.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
Wait a minute. She said it's a microscope. But Fifi said that it was a telescope, a telescopic lens. So one of them are lying. And I feel like I found it by Hawkshaw, right? It was in here. I'm thinking Hawkshaw's lying. But why?
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth? This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I mean,
think
technically
you'd
it was
be
locked.
surprised as to what people leave lying around.
You had to, like, solve a puzzle to get it, Grimoire. So it's not really lying around.
These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he? I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
A photograph of Freya. Could be important. A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes.
Yes.
I see that. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Where'd you dig that up?
Okay, wait, I'm done with that. So Flint is his brother. Is there anything suspicious? So probably, but we don't know anything yet. So workshop to the tower. She was in the tower. He went from there to the tower. She went from the library. Okay. Alright, let's go back, talk to Flint now. Or not Flint. Well, yes, but... Oh, no, yeah, I did want it to Flint. That's what I meant.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
Okay.
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Yeah, she doesn't like him and we're not sure why.
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell. She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
Okay, let's see. Tangle
Nice
Tower.
painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
Fritz's voice actor is a little bit louder on the recordings, and it's not bad, but like you can notice it's noticeably louder.
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details.
Okay.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does
What if
look
it's not
like
a
a
knife?
knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor. There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
Okay, I'll do that.
Plants are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
Oh, am I dropping frames?
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a
It
clue
looks
up
like you
there?
did just a few, though.
Not exactly.
It should be good now, though, hopefully. But I played it again, so.
That belongs to Poppy.
So, why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
So, wait, he said this
That
belonged.
looks like it might belong to Poppy.
To be fair, he said might, but they said it's Freya's. It does say to Freya. But it definitely is related to Poppy.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
That's fair.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
You look at it.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah.
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
That's quite sweet, really.
Well, we're not going to get an answer from him then on that.
Felix made that? Huh. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you? In the rooftop garden, I think? With Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done? It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Okay. I was going to go back up to the room where Flora is, but what was the reason why I couldn't check the rooftop garden? Could I not? Oh, I couldn't solve it yet. That's right. That was one of those you couldn't solve it yet puzzles. Okay, before I go up there, let's go back here real quick.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
She's pretty calm about this taking her diary. I wish you could move this up without having to, like... Yeah, you can't use the right control stick. You have to do this. It's clearly this is made for, like, phones and touchscreen. So this game would probably be better with a touchscreen. And you can play it with the Switch touchscreen. I just am not.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
That's interesting.
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her. Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something called...
Tell him to get in here and watch this.
Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is
Well, I'll have to
treasure
change
called the Golden Beetle.
How do
my
you know?
date then.
Because I would have heard of it.
I'll have to change it to the 9th then. Which should be okay actually, because the 8th is my mom's birthday, so I probably will be celebrating that, so that'll work out fine. I'll just need to decide what I want to do next, what I want to do for the 25th, which, I'll figure that out. I have plenty of games that I can put in there.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a Fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
Also, he mentioned her looking for some bug, which makes me think maybe she was employed by Freya, which would make sense.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman.
I don't really feel like Fitz is dumb, though. They keep saying he's dumb, but he doesn't seem dumb.
Charming, isn't it? Yes.
Well, I know when the 9th of December is.
Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
So,
yes, it is rather, isn't it?
so the Remingtons own the house originally, because she's a Remington. And then now the Pointers and the Fellows own it.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. I'm as confused as you are. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
He's not wrong. Especially if this is more distorted, it could not be a knife. Everyone keeps saying it's a knife, but like, I'm not buying it's a knife, per se.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall. Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally
The
in
cracks in general are
condition.
very odd.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Rules to live by, indeed.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise.
Well, it's Hawkshaw's, but we know it's a See, that one's bugging me, because we know it's a telescopic lens from Fiona, but Hawkshaw claims it's a microscope.
That looks like
Which
it
is
might
weird.
belong to Fitz. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable.
Also, belonged to... Oh, yeah, because it's the plant. Okay.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
A chicken?
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that. That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. My daughter Fiona and her best friend, they grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. Where
I'm
did
sure you do,
find
though.
that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
How odd for a book to be in the
Why
library.
would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
Okay, I wanna... Before I go up
There's something
to...
about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Hang on.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not his paint in the pot.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
Freya's paint. Yeah, because they're swapped. Because they have different labels. Yeah, okay.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Okay. Freya's red paint. No, I want... Hang on. Yeah, was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot. But the lids were swapped and hid.
Freya's red paint pot
Yeah.
was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids
Hey,
were
SM.
swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya Supplies, not yours.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. I can do the 9th. What do you think of that? I know this is probably not your type of game, but like, it's really good. It's a good mystery game.
Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering
Also,
me
this
about
is
paint
Nigel Thornberry.
anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
It could be. Because the red plate was blood. That's the thing. All of the paint pots, or no, the red paint pot. Well, no, it wasn't. It was the red paint pot. Was somehow filled with blood. Before Freya used it to paint Flora.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Understandable. Okay. So I want to go. Oh, if you hold, you can. Okay, if you hold, you can scroll. I want to check the microscope again.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It has a telescopic
But we
lens.
know on her diagram, Professor Pointer is connected to Hawkshaw, so we gotta talk to him to find out more about that connection. But first,
Freya's painting supplies.
we know that though.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she
Didn't
fell.
even get a chance to clean her brush.
I mean, I doubt she's gonna say anything to any of this. But might as well.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife. Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked? Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect anything to come from any of this.
You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you? What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter? Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something there.
Did you? Did you really?
Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides staring out the window? We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try. We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her. We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials?
Okay, let's see what the suspicious thing is.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
It's not a knife.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
Well, I got the ability to do this, so does that mean that I'm actually able to... What would it be, though? Feather? It could be a feather because of the book, maybe. Ink dip. Yeah, it's a feather. It's totally the feather.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Okay, so... The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Do I have anything? Other birds are... It has particular... Oh, this. Because that's the ink dip bird. It had to be red and white.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept it. Attacked Flora, so she destroyed it. Betrayed Flora, so she ate it. Was Penny's pet, so she kept it. The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so... Well, wait. The ink dip bird attacked Flora, so she destroyed... Oh, no. Yeah, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
Alright, so she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This
Probably
is where
in the
Flora
egg.
usually keeps her feather.
In the egg.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
Drawings of Flora and a small bird. There's a handwritten message on the back. These are for you. Love, Freya. X. So that was when I was young.
The whole room is a strange...
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Okay. So we're getting somewhere. We know the painting is not a knife, at least. So I guess the next thing would be to start heading up the pointer side of the tower. I'm going to take a quick break and grab some water. And, yeah, we'll start exploring this side of the tower when we get back. So, I'm really liking this. I don't know how long I'm going to go with this, but, like, I don't know. I'm liking it. So, I'm going to keep playing it. I'll be back in, like, 2 minutes. I am back. Oh, this game is so good so far. I don't think it's that long, so honestly, maybe I'll beat it tonight. Because apparently it's only like 6 to 5 hours long. And considering that, like, I've explored most of the tower, I can't imagine it's that long, but... Alright, next up... So this is... Okay. I've been wanting to talk to her for a while. It's Poppy.
Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
Hope you guys are enjoying this game too. It's really cool.
Oh, whatever it is, it's
got good
playing a little
writing.
trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
That's one of those fishes. A shiny statue of a strange creature holding a large horn. There's a noticeable crack running along the length of the statue's horn. Inside the horn and on the ground below are various shards of glass. Okay.
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty. So I'm guessing nobody.
There's a faded mural.
When I was a
You
kid,
still
no.
One old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem? All right.
There's so much
you got your
personality.
wish.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion.
Smells like a forest in here.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably while they're on the floor. It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted. It's a globe.
For globing.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude!
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
Fifi's set to inherit the building, but I don't think she wants to, so I don't know.
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
It's like Romeo and Juliet.
Did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but you're clearly in love with him.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there. so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall.
She'd already been
My
crying,
father was there
though.
too,
Why was she-
for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it. Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
Are you gonna write a poem for everyone? Yes.
Fast.
Yes.
Days as
The answer
shadow
is yes.
seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make round a room. Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
Yeah, there's and now that I'm playing more, Hawkshaw is more involved than she let her on to
Heart
be.
of head,
I
but free
think.
of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
But see, she said she only gets along with two of the fellows, but she clearly gets along with Fitz. But
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
okay.
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
Because all the sisters left, yeah.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
Did she commit suicide?
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy. Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone? Or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When
That's
I first
true,
saw
too.
it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
Well, because we know it's not a knife, it's a feather
Freya
now.
would always
but-
load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
See, everyone said it's something that belongs to Poppy, and obviously it says to Freya.
What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh.
Yeah, well, we know that's a. I wish we could like we know that's where the feather was stored.
Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No? Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh, never seen him use it.
But then again, what age is Fitz? Do we get an age for Fitz? Because maybe it's not Poppy Pointer. Maybe it's a different. But no,
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh, how nice. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell
it's
you what
Detective
she saw in
Hawkshaw.
it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes. Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. That belongs to Flora, I think. Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
Probably with her
Sure
wanting to
she'd
move
tell
away.
you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it. How sweet. Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
Alright, let's go check that out.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
It's weird that when it activates this whole, oh, there's something suspicious, because we've had the diary for a while and nothing's really, maybe because we talked to Poppy but we left. But I'll go there later. I was planning on going back there anyway, because I want to check what Fitz's age was.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
I think that's a puzzle, so hang on.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Okay.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing. A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Wait a minute. So where's the sun one in this one? So the sun one here is... Okay, hang on. So the sun one here is... Because this is how the moons were. And the suns were... Well, suns would be... Okay.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
Hey, I gotta do it on the other side, but that's fine. I'm heading back that way anyway.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Hi, Pondinaron, and welcome back, Salas. Oh, I might honestly just beat this game tonight because it's so good.
Dresses mostly.
I know I'm not talking much, but I think that's fine.
I never realized there are so many shades of black. More handwritten sheet music.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back. Empty. Anything in the drawers?
I'm pretty sure Naran would like this game.
Nothing you need to know about.
More than any other visual novel, because the dialogue is very Naranish.
It's a metronome for keeping time.
I mean, it's not going to be 12 hours. The estimated time was 5 to 12.
Ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the loop at the top. Oh, I see. What was the puzzle?
That's done it.
What was the puzzle?
Neat.
I don't know what I did.
What happened?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Is this the other part of the photograph? But she's blonde. The ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo was using a bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. So is that Poppy? And then Poppy changed, or is it someone else?
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
We'll go back. Yeah.
Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
Is there anything else here?
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you. Gloomy.
But roomy.
Okay, so first I want to go... Let's go to Fifi first.
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 24.
24.
Profession,
So he's a bit older.
botanist. Likes
But not that
soil.
older.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother. Like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? An item from Poppy's
Do
childhood.
statues live places?
Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
Alright, let's get to the bottom.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation.
I
Very
mean,
well.
she's got a point.
A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's not a diary at all. I mean...
It's Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look
Wait.
unused.
Somebody else's diary, then.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Well, I was able to do this... after talking to Poppy. Huh. Oh, this. Okay, it's Freya's diary.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Okay. This inside is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belongs to Freya. So it should be in the photo. It's lost by Fifi. Okay, there we go.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Why would you do either of these things? With the library book buried in the garden that everyone knew about. Poppy. Fifi thought there wasn't, didn't want anyone to see, didn't know about, was always suspicious of personal secrets within Freya's maybe?
Fifi was always suspicious of personal secrets within Freya's diary.
No.
Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
So maybe it's not Fifi, it's gotta be Poppy then.
Poppy was always suspicious of personal secrets within Freya's diary. Nope.
No, so it's definitely Fifi. Didn't want anyone to see.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets.
Because she's loyal
within
to
Freya's
Freya.
diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi,
Finally. What's in there?
It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up the painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them. All 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. I wanted to see, what was the letter again? The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you memorize it, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. I wonder if that's addressed to Freya then. Okay, so then let's go up here.
it's locked, but it leads
I
out.
thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Okay. So we know the sun would be like this.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Let's go outside. There's headphones.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Okay.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Not if you play Animal Crossing.
Exactly.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep, for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Oh good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff. Giant stone frog? Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
But they're not feathers of the ink dip bird. Feathers are mostly found resting on the tongue of the large stone frog. Yeah, like, they... Thanks for the note, I figured that out.
It's a two-person bench.
Now, what makes it a two-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me.
I mean, 2 people can fit on it.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon. Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
The door into Poppy's room.
So, only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
Ah, I guess so. It's the door into Fitz's room.
One of only 2 ways to get into the garden.
Oh yeah.
What's this?
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Exactly. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
Summer, do you have ideas about the mystery? Don't obviously tell me, but...
An
'cause I
egg
know
has
you've been
got to
here
be
the whole
the
time, at least.
easiest shape to make.
No, the easiest shape to make is, like, probably a triangle.
Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof. Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
It's a rose
There
bush.
doesn't seem to be
Roses
anything
are
in
not-
here, honestly.
Exactly. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
How shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great. It's so relaxing. I might just stay. That'd be great.
Well, the only thing that was in here was the headphone dude, or the earmuffs. What are these things, though? Birds.
Trees. On
In
a
a
roof.
garden.
Trees.
In a garden.
Did I check the water thing here?
Ah, a little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
Okay. There really wasn't anything in there right now. Well, let's go check with Poppy. We still haven't met, like, there's 2 more people we still haven't met.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her. I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
Fitz plays
If
the
they
guitar.
do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly. I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like
Some
it up there.
ideas
Why's that?
are
It's
coming to
quiet.
mind. But anyway, let's... Okay. Suspicion.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this.
Brain blast. Okay. Pink consent tape. Well, wait a minute. Can you do... No. So crack on the tape, the pink cassette tape. The message on the tape was replaced by is an older version of the pink cassette tape is an older version of the pink cassette player. Used by Fifi in this old photo that was found in Poppy's room. Used by Poppy in this old photo that was found in Freya's room. Found at the crime scene. Wouldn't be older version though. Found at the crime scene matches. No, but it's not because it's the player, not the tape. I don't know,
The
maybe.
pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
Oh, because they're both pink, I guess. Okay.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
I mean, yeah, like, what else did you expect?
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
The photo proves Poppy is the murderer. Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore. I think it's either that or I think it's more this.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it.
Maybe she does hate them now.
Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Okay, so I was right. She doesn't hate them, but there's definitely still more going on here. Alright. Let's go here next. Aviary.
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Wow, judgmental. They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
What's with those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh. A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
A rather magnificent bush.
There's a letter P carved into... I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Bird diagrams. Hand-painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Bird diagrams. Hand-painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really...
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Kind of fancy. They're also, like, way too packed together.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage. Does this count as being outdoors?
Yeah. No. Doesn't matter.
Not really.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
A little bit.
Sure. Yeah.
I love
20-something
this music.
Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Her husband, I
Don't
said?
you know? My fiancé,
Or
dear
fiance.
Fitz.
Wait a
He's
minute.
not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz Fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
Yeah, but... This music's so good. Okay, so wait, she's not the mother of what's her face? I don't think she must be. I have to look at the family tree again. But that means. Okay, I'll have to look at the family tree, but that I'm pretty sure Fitz is cheating on her then.
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That, and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
This
Do you help him
woman is just a
with the
swan,
work
by
in the
way.
greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I. Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering
Uncle
something.
Pointer.
Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him
So
down,
she's
but the grand hall was empty by the
the
time I
cousin
got there. Empty aside from
of
Detective
Poppy.
Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong.
Wasn't that a little bit
moment
different
later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
than what the others said?
Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too. Standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower. A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the
Little bit
peace and
friends.
quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I'm mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's
Yeah,
his
I figured.
responsibility. Did you not know that?
No, I figured that, but
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
so no one had a problem with her except for now she's dead.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me? Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little
I mean,
unfair,
kinda.
Penny?
She started it.
Yeah, I know why.
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me.
There's so much personality in this game.
What was it? A shallow sensationalist.
I mean, kinda.
I'm sure I've read about this creature
I probably can't finish this
somewhere.
tonight, honestly.
Don't
It looks like we're
remember
getting to
anything about
the near
him
the
playing
end.
the harp, though.
Because, like, I assume this is all the evidence, so.
Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her. Oh, that's rather sad.
Oh, the brush?
Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
I don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
Well, okay, to be fair, there is Penny Pointer and there's Poppy Pointer, so they both have the same initials. So PP could mean either one, but the drawing of Fitz and Poppy makes me think there's clearly stuff going on here.
If I'm not mistaken, that little red
This
and
song
white
is so
one
good.
is supposed to be a bird of some kind.
Yes, we know that.
A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
I mean, yes.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent.
You know, I don't like this person as a character, but she's very entertaining.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Statues don't live anywhere. They're statues. They're not real.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
No, we already know. But...
Lovely. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly, occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
I love this character, not because it's a good character. She's a vain, selfish woman, but like she's just the voice actress is selling it really well.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
We'll go there. Okay, I wanted to check one thing real quick, though. The rooftop garden. Okay. Fifi's close friend. Primrose is the mother. Fiance. Okay, Buck Brackley, that's right. She was, okay. Yeah, but there's definitely something going on.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
A brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist, and it also has an unusual blue color.
It's a birdhouse.
Hey, Naron. Naron, this game is really good. I don't know if it's entirely your type of thing, but I think it's not that long, and the humor is definitely up your alley. I feel like if there's any visual novel, this would be the one you'd be into.
Are those real birds?
They're not.
Nope.
Puzzle.
They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Swap the positions of the 7 birds. To what? Yeah, it's really good. Ask Summer. I think Summer's liking it. I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to know.
I'll do this later.
How are you supposed to know what goes where, though?
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Hey, Sakani. Green hair girl is really good. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so if we go with the eyes... Hang on. If we say those are like that, maybe. I don't know if that's exactly right. But then... But then how would you decide where anything else goes?
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
Something to do with the white lines.
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
Yeah, I figured that out, but... Green hair girl is really good. All her dialogue is so good. Okay, if we figure... They didn't give me the message saying I have to do it later, so there must be something I can do here now. Inheritance puzzle. Oh, you're saying... Oh! Oh. No, well, how would you know which birds are related, though? Well, if you go with colors... Okay, wait, hang on. If you go with the colors, red and yellow... Well, no, but that doesn't make... Well, blue and yellow equals green. So then it would be green and... But green and brown wouldn't make white. red and green wouldn't make white, would it? I don't think.
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. The
I
colors and
figured
eyes
that out.
combine as they go down the family line. You'll need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
Okay, I figured that out. I did figure that out. I just gotta... Okay. So... Well, no. It would be green and... Okay, no. Here we go.
I got it.
I'm impressed. Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I'll get her. A ripped up piece of paper crumpled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. A message is angrily scrawled onto the paper. Now I'll get her. The flower petals originate from the red roses growing in the rooftop garden. Okay. Well, it probably has to do with,
A little tea set.
Poppy.
Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed. A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and...
What?
This one appears to be both.
Nice.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
Oh, the inheritance thing? Yeah, that seems cool. I should have realized that earlier because they have the giant inheritance in the or family tree in the main room.
That's not a comforting sentence.
I was thinking the eyes were like staring at each other at first. That was a good puzzle though.
Looks like nature.
The puzzles aren't
invited
hard, but
itself
they're neat.
in. Rude. Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a...
Penny's books. Mostly novels.
What's this?
This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
That might be the most pointless staircase I've ever seen.
I figured it out.
You know, the birds can easily get in and out of those cages.
Well, if that's true, can they even be considered cages?
Okay, I don't think there's anything else I can do here. So let's go check out the last character we have yet to meet.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Let's look closer.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Rotate the 5 planets, the sun, and the moon around the middle. Okay, well, something with the shadows. You want to line them up with the lines. Probably. What does the moon do? Why is the moon doing anything? The moon shouldn't be causing any light. Okay, wait. Okay, that's not right, by the way. I'm trying to line up with the small one, because we know... Okay. No, that one goes there, the green one. I think. That's not right. Unless you go like this. No. Unless the orange one goes down here. No, but the orange one could go... Yeah, but those are interchangeable. Okay, but you can also change... But I don't know if you really need to change this. Okay, wait. How do you make this one? Yeah, but is that right?
Nothing.
So there are two ways to move the shadows. Rotate the planets and rotate the sun
Thank
and
you.
moon.
There's usually like one per room, give or take, and I've done most of the rooms. I mean, this game isn't too long, honestly. I think I could easily beat it tonight because it looks like we're getting near the end based on the evidence. But yeah, I trust Summer on that because Summer's been here the whole time. Well, the game is more like pretty much. You'll see in a second. You're pretty much talking to people and exploring. It's a detective game, but there's also puzzles on top of that too. I feel like it's not bad though. Like, it's a short game, but it's very well done. It feels like it's a short game, but it's very well done. The price point, when I bought it, it was on sale because it first came out. It was on sale for $15, and then I used my gold coin, so I only paid $8 for this, which I'm more than happy with. But it's not as long as a Layton game, not even. Okay, what am I missing here? This middle part is clearly not right. Yeah, all of them have been interactive kind of puzzles like this. And then there's also like when you have a suspicion on someone, you have to do like a little bit of a word kind of thing where you're like using the evidence, here's what I've discovered. I can't figure this out. Give me a hint. Because I'm really being dumb here. Is the sun and the moon in the right position? They have to be. Yeah, all the puzzles are actiony. They're not like... They're pretty for the most part. How much would change if the positions were reversed? What, you mean the sun and the moon? Why would it change anything? Can't figure out this puzzle.
I guess that's wrong.
I think you just need to get the shadows to line up with the shape on the base.
I know. How?
Nope.
The sun and moon need to be at 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Wow. Fuck you just
The
telling
shape
me
on the
exactly.
base is symmetrical, so it doesn't matter which is which.
1 o'clock and 5 o'clock? Okay, well that's 1 o'clock. Well, no, that's right. I already at that. Wait, noon, 1, 2, 3. Wait, no, hang on. Noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, rock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Ah, I'm right. Okay, well, then what am I missing here?
Nope.
The sun and moon need to be at. The shape on the base.
I know that. What am I... am I missing something really obvious? I'm probably missing something really obvious. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot.
That was it.
Nice work. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Okay, yeah, this bug is, like, definitely important. Various research notes and diagrams for the golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold. Has a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels, and by being completely undigestible, the mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those who see it. I'm not sure. I'd have to look up, like, on Know Your Voice Actor, but it does sound familiar.
What is it?
Ah, it's, clearly some kind of large device.
You're not wrong.
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So? Even the most well-used notebooks start off blank. Pretty.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I hadn't touched it.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime.
The bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean? A Spyglass to the Stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
It's tidier than my desk.
So, even the most well-used notebook.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? Let's at least introduce ourselves before touching his telescope.
Always a good roll.
I mean, we touched this planet thing, so...
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
Shh, listen, do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but
well, this is the
specks
second in
of
the Grim
dust,
War
you
series.
and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
He is the desert
You
man
find
from
yourself
Tangle.
standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Shh,
Yeah, the
listen.
style is much better in
Do
this
you
game.
hear them? The stars.
Oh, I
They're
already did this. Hang on.
whispering. Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And, of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh, no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh, dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of
I don't like how he
stable
strokes his
financial
beard.
return. Nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
The day began as any other, with blissful,
Yeah, these guys did snipper
unremarkable
clips.
routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope
game
and
just
Fitz were in
oozes
the greenhouse
personality.
together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the Fellow Tower later that evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever, then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them
not
to
what was
finish
said
and
by
come
Poppy.
out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona.
Oh wait, no.
It was
this
apparent
is what
that
happened.
both
That's
of them
right.
had already been crying
Or
about
similar.
something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there.
I think it's
They
a
both
book,
looked
but I'm
stoic
not
as ever. Felix
sure.
and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should.
Yeah, which I like. I mean, I'm fine with
Penelope
it.
with me, and we both went back to our rooms.
Because the game has
in the
such
tower.
personality.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't
Talking
there
to people
anything you
isn't
could have done
exhausting.
to help?
It's interesting. You know
Don't
what I
take
mean?
this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is Fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
Okay.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends. Ah yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you. Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
Yeah, but he's the fiance
happened to his
of
parents?
what's
Do
his
you know?
face?
His
Penny.
father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the Fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time. Until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
Like, but you're the only one that seems to have an issue with the Fellows.
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right?
I don't even know
Flora's
all the
tower
moons of Jupiter.
And your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
He's definitely the most suspicious of the group, but that seems like that could just be a red herring.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
Do I have to? No. Am I going to? Yes.
Where on earth did you find
This is
that?
the last character.
It
I
was
already,
in the bush
so
outside.
it's not going to be super
I
long.
think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real
That's a
blood on
feather.
it. The whole thing is rather vulgar. Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
I mean, good luck
Is
murdering
this
someone with a
important?
paintbrush.
Possibly.
Pointer property originally.
I do, but it won't take nearly as long as
purloined by the
this.
Fellows. Typical. I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
I mean...
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, but it'd be good for
Probably
spying.
not.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract,
still think that's the
I'll say that
detective.
much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put.
Is green-haired girl making you... Like, I feel like you would agree with her statement there, Nara.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
I mean, it is a diary, so...
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
Well, we know it's dead, we just don't know why.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. Oh, my.
How do you feel about the
This is
statement
first piece that Primrose ever learned on the piano.
of statues living places? Like, they keep saying, oh, this guy lives in the library, or this guy lives in the music room. I'm like, statues don't live anywhere. They're statues.
Primrose, that
They're
is
not
Poppy's
real.
mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother.
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
I mean, you do.
I've
It's your
seen
daughter.
those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears.
Whenever I've seen him, yes. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
No.
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower.
I mean, you're
I'm
full
not
of
the
shit.
first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope.
Yeah, it's not a microscope, it's a telescope.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it. That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Later.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's the beetle, probably, because you're working for Percival Pointer.
You're
But
such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
do I use the golden beetle?
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
It's not a microscope.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
I mean, I'm not, but the handheld microscope entirely out of is part of. Okay, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens. So Hawkshaw was honest. So Hawkshaw stole it, which makes it the murder weapon. So Hawkshaw lied about
The
it.
handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective.
We're getting kind of deep, aren't we?
Emperor of the Galaxy.
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood.
I don't know if I
more than a
buy
toy.
that.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely
Fifi
childish
is a good character.
indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
That's not entirely wrong.
Bushes.
Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite. I find her rather embarrassing, little more than a spoilt child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself.
It's very fun. Get some sleep, Darn. I might just finish this because I think I'm close.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see. Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree. It doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange.
We already know, though.
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. And you consider that important evidence, do you? These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
Okay. What's this do? That's probably a hint, though. We still haven't got the suspicious thing from
Poppy
him
and
yet.
I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong? Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good.
Not well.
It's good.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think
Yeah,
there
I
was
think
much overlap between
I
astronomy
might be
and
getting to the
biology.
end, but I'm not sure. Still have not solved all the mysteries of this game, but it's really fun.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note in the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. What's with the broken glass? Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Any idea who this is?
Yeah, we know who that is, though.
No idea. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening, sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have
We know
names.
they have names.
Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Neither do I, actually.
Flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
I mean, she's your fiancé.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red. I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Well, Fitz... You know, I just realized Fitz doesn't have a room in this tower. He just has the garden place. Well, I'm surprised I didn't get a secret of Fitz's. Okay, let's check with you. And then once I get all the dialogue here, then I'll go and check out the red thing. Not much
Yes,
here.
it's my, my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal
Are
when
they?
they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? the shape of it. Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar. That's rather strange now, isn't it? We found
you
it
wrote
in your
it.
room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research
Oh,
is
right,
this?
you're right. He does have a room.
We
I
were
forgot
hoping
about
you
that.
might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things.
I forgot about it because there's nothing in it. I think it just have, yeah, him.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Okay.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something.
Let's ask him about it.
Okay, now we got Fitz stuff.
There's something about those petals. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
No, we'll do it later.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi lied about seeing Fitz. Fifi definitely saw Fitz holding a knife. Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
It's probably the feather. Do we select these maybe?
That's not it.
Well, I know it wasn't those feathers specifically, but... Or maybe it was the oh, it could be this. Hang on.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
It's used by Fitz to cut his pair of a matching set with... This is the only thing that can destroy. Was used to bury. Is used by Fitz to look after. An ornate trowel was used to bury a potted flower. Well, it wouldn't be buried though. Maybe?
An ornate trowel
Yeah.
is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
The soil, but... Oh, the potted... The fruit probably is the... Yeah, because of the soil.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Okay. The pot and soil. In Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
Okay, but there's more to that, I feel. Because you know he's definitely like cheating on her with Poppy, but I probably won't get that with Penny. Alright, so let's go now to Penny. I checked all this, right? Yeah.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red tulips, they're from red roses, they're fake. They're from red roses.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to.
The drawing, I guess.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be.
Yeah,
but
but
don't
birds.
forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Bird theft. Well, not bird theft. Theft by bird. One of Penny's birds was used to kill, was stolen from, was given to... No. We want to... Well, wait. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz. Maybe?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
That's a lie.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
I think the only thing you missed... I don't think we found the murderer. But, no, I think what you missed was, Fitz... We learned that he went up the tower with the trowel to take care of the plant because he made it specifically to make it look like Penny, but Penny doesn't like the plant, so he takes care of it because it's clearly he's not really actually in love with Penny because she kind of is awful. And now we're questioning Penny and finding out that she used her birds to spy on Fitz and Poppy in the garden.
Let's take a closer look at these.
The murderer is actually me. The dark purple feather. Well, which one was Tabitha, though? Hang on. Penny's yellow bird, Penny's purple bird. I mean, all of them, but I guess the yellow one. Because the purple one would fit that one. I guess the green, this one doesn't do anything. This yellow feather was deliberately dropped by, was eaten by, was used to kill, was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it escaped from Penny, to confuse me when it visited the Rooftop Gardens after it killed Freya when it visited the garden.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the Rooftop Garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand.
I mean, I don't feel. I'm pretty sure he's cheating on her,
Slipping
but
away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
okay. So, real quick before I head back up to Fellow Tower, I just want to check in with Pointer real quick. No, there wasn't anything else I needed from him. Okay. Oh, and Hawkshaw's telescope is just because she wanted to be an astronomer, and it's nostalgic, which I don't fully buy, but that's what she told us. Poppy. That's what I want to check with.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the
I said about Fitz. He was taking care of the plant in Penny's room, and that's why he had the trowel, which Fifi thought was a knife.
The stars are sane, earthly tether slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
I haven't gone back to Fifi yet.
I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
Seems too obvious that Pointer murdered Freya, but it seems likely. Okay, let's go back to Fifi. Who haven't we checked as far as secrets? We got Flora's secret. We got Felix's secret, Fifi's secret, Hawkshaw's secret, Fitz's secret. Professor Pointer is the only one we haven't had the secret for.
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27.
Oh.
Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
She clearly doesn't like him.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
Okay. There's still one item we're missing. Okay, so... I mean, let's just go up here because we know she's not going to say anything.
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
Yeah, she doesn't talk.
Do you know anything about this beetle? Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins. What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
Okay, and now to go see Fitz. Or not, Felix, sorry. I did not, which I might play it, but the only thing is, like, this one's clearly better. I feel, at least style-wise, it's way better.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so... different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective. Good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger. Always a little estranged.
Yeah, I assume they did.
How come?
Well, she was most...
Is there voice acting in the first game?
Uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile. Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Well, I mean, most of these characters are new, besides, I assume,
These
Grimoire
drawings
and
are quite precious.
Sally.
I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? Now, this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
Yeah, there was a paid release game that's on
I've never
Steam.
been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable. Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
It was.
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Goodness me! What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
I mean... Okay, well, all the suspicious stuff really hasn't drawn any big conclusions. The only thing would be the pot of blood. I'm still missing one item, which I'm not sure where it would be, because I guess I'm assuming, Edwin, you've played this, right? Obviously, don't give it away, but just let me know. Can I find the item before I go to the red question mark? Because if I can, I'd rather do that. Because I still haven't got Pointer's suspicious thing yet. And I'm not sure where to look for it. Though, also, I haven't gone back to this fish statue yet.
I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
Can we figure it out now? I mean, I don't know what we can. You need the last item to continue?
Something tells me we're not going to solve this just yet.
Let's come back later.
Where'd it be? I got the item in this room, right? Yeah. I should go. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was like near the end. I didn't want to go there too soon.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the Fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very
What was Felix doing
sweet
again?
Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room,
They're
but I
very
realized
cute.
nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Well, can I not do anything else here?
That's all the statements collected?
No, it's just gonna be a repeat. So there's something I'm still missing. This music's really good though. Was there anything I've forgotten besides the fish statue?
An empty glass and
Looking at it is making...
Why?
I don't know.
I'm honestly kind of lost.
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
Okay. Okay, I was thinking it was maybe that, but I didn't want, because I didn't really thoroughly investigate that one because it was the last room I was in. But I also didn't want to, like, you know, blindly poke around.
There's something kinda... I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to?
We looked at the notebook, right?
It's tidier than my desk.
Yeah.
The notebook.
So, even the most
What
well-used
about
notebooks
the photo?
A picture frame.
Oh, wait!
with no picture.
What if we can touch the telescope now?
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Okay, that's why. Because I talked. That's why. Because it wouldn't let me do it until I talked to him. And it was the only thing that caused that. Which, okay, yeah, I figured he'd be able to see her from the tower.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not.
Yeah, because
looking
usually I was
straight.
examining
She's
the whole rooms. The whole rooms before I talked to the person, and in that case, you couldn't do that until after you talked, so I completely forgot about it.
Behind her is the back side of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle. I can just about see the gramophone.
It's too dark back there. I can't really see anything. Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
There must be.
We should check that next time we're over there. You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking behind her is the backside of the easel. I can't really see anything. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
I mean, yeah, he's probably the least likable character so far.
Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope?
It's clearly not.
I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about pointer. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You discovered a meteor heading straight for Earth. You're trying to get a planet. No, you're not really interested in astronomy at all.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
Bugs.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky. What was the other ones? Because Pointer saw a bird. Because somebody broke it because it was daytime.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around. Both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So,
possibly.
This next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Does that affect anything, though?
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Sure.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Actually, wait, before I do that, can I get up to the top of the tower now? Yes, I want to do that first. Lots of things in this game look like eggs. Oh, this is scary.
It's a statue of a wolf. Standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Just dusty junk.
Yeah, I figured. Like, I was planning on this being like a first look, but this game's clearly, it's not as long as I was thinking it may be, so I'm gonna just finish it off because I'm very interested in seeing how this ends up ending.
Just dusty junk.
At least the moths are kept well fed.
I'm loving it so far, though.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
Okay, what's this?
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
Is that a jar? I'm pretty sure it's a wolf.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
Oh, I see. A picture is coming in.
Is that what I think? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
What's in that? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
So now we know how.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
Just dusty junk.
So no, there's gotta be an item here,
What
right?
is
Maybe
that?
not.
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Reel thingy. A brass reel with a screw on top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope. Okay, so before I do anything else, we're going to ask everybody about this rope. Just for, like, thorough. Just to be thorough.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
I mean, I did not expect her to tell me anything. I would have been more shocked if she was like, yep, I know exactly what this is.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
I'm not sure anyone's going to tell me anything important about this, but worth asking.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't
Fifi's
you go
way better
back
than
and double
Dexter.
check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Oh my god, Grimoire.
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe.
No.
We have no idea.
Oh, what's cool about this, you can play this left-handed, because you can use L to hit select on stuff.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
I mean, they've also played dumb about things they definitely knew about already. So, I mean, I know what it was for, at least in terms of, like, it's pretty obvious what it was used for. Okay.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
No. It's used to paint over. Was used to paint the red tip of. To hide the evidence. Prove the existence of magic. To resemble a bloody knife. So it could stab Freya. To distract Freya. Was used to paint the tip of. Well, we know the paint from the pot was. Well, wait. No. Was designed to match. To resemble a bloody knife. So I could stab Freya. Used to paint the red tip of, was replaced by. I mean, part of me wants to say it's paint from the pot was replaced by blood from the pot to distract Freya, but I don't know that's correct.
Paint from the paint pot
Yeah.
was replaced by blood from the
I don't
paint
think that's
pot
right.
to distract Freya. Nope.
I think. Is it just a real knife? I don't think. Well, we'll see.
A real knife was designed to match the painted ink dip feather to hide the evidence. That's not right.
No, I didn't think that was right. Paint the red tip of. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted feather to resemble a bloody knife.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather. Unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
I have an idea. Because everything was cracked.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
No, hang on. Something caused, not like an earthquake, but something caused, like basically caused Flora to fall over and also cracked everything in the room, which caused her to fall over and then triggered whatever was in the attic to stab her from above. And then it was reeled back up so that it could be hidden as evidence. The question is, who would be the most likely? And as of right now, it seems like, honestly, Felix seems kind of likely, but we'll keep playing here. Was that it? Okay, so I assume we'll go with the statue next. Oh, I don't think I saw this.
This wasn't here before.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two, Freya. Okay. A wooden toy of some kind. A layer of dark ink lays beneath the sheet of glass.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
What if Freya was the one that contacted us? What if Freya actually faked her death?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Because she wants to leave the island, maybe? This is all speculation. I know what to do with the toy, by the way. Unfinished business. Plot twist. Okay, so first off, one thing I wanted to check real quick. So, the secret diary, what was on here? It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them all 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. Okay, so here's what I want. I mean, this could also be like, it could be like Leighton where you get like paranormal, like you have a normal mystery and it's like, oh yeah, the actual solution is something completely magical and weird, which I'm totally fine with, but yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Okay, piano. Layer glass. Where was the note? Do I still have the note? Okay, wait, hang on.
I'm still not sure about
Should we take another look?
Piano. So mouth, bell. Okay, hang on.
Something tells me we're not.
Let's come back later.
Robots the whole time. Doorbell. Okay, the other one was birds and singing. I don't know if I got the birds to sing.
And especially fancy.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Oh, they're not.
They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going free.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
Okay, wait.
My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
Where else were there birds? Well, these ones, but... And then there was singing. Who was... Wait. Hang on. I don't know how long I have to listen to this, but... Which really should be both of them, honestly, but... Because there's birds in the background, but...
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Okay. Where do I get birds? Did I check the bird bath at the start? Well, I checked it, but I couldn't remember if they actually talked. Okay, yeah, cool.
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
Now we can go to Magic
what
Camp.
do
No.
we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Yes.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
The ink shape can be used as a clue. Is it a clue, or is it just that's what it is?
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait. Do you hear that?
Secret room.
Where do you think it goes?
down.
Go down. Now I can awaken the windfish. Endgame. Underneath. Laboratory.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study. What's in there?
Bugs.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
There was a few things I didn't... Like, there was that thing on the wall in, I think, Fifi's laboratory or somewhere that I couldn't figure out. That had the Greek letters, but I don't know if that was just a red herring, because that hasn't come back up.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. 9 beetles.
Poor little
There's a
guys.
bunch of mostly numbers. It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles.
Poor little
There's a
guys.
bunch mostly numbers. It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
Everything's cracked here, too.
A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
This place would never pass a fire safety inspection.
Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell. A glass tank, it's full of plants.
There's a layer of condensation on the inside.
A candle, perched on a barrel.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates. It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
Let's not go down just yet. We still haven't explored this room properly.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Diagonally slide the latches until they're in the correct position. Oh, I see. Okay, hang on. Well, you'd want... Okay. Then you want this one. No, you don't want this one then. Well, you would have to, though. Oh, no, you wouldn't, because you can do this one. Yeah, but can you get this one up top? See, I don't know. That doesn't seem right. They're at preset heights, okay. Oh, there is this one I could go. And then if I did that... That's not what I want. I want... Okay, there we go. Don't go close enough. No. I mean, there's this, which I could go like... Okay, wait. Yeah, but that's not gonna help. I need to... I mean, this is not right. I'll figure it out. Okay, one thing to note is that this one... If I work backwards, maybe. But that can't be right because... No, it's gotta be this one. Okay, so if it's that one... It can't be that. I mean, it's gotta be this one if it's gonna be... Unless you go like this. If you do that... It's always going to overlap. Is that it? Okay.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
Perfect.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Secret research. A folder containing research notes and diagrams. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles as far as we know, Mammals remain completely unaffected.
Whose research is this?
Secret
This is
laboratory.
some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
This is the section from it.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid.
Freya.
Especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
He's trying to become wealthy. Pointer was hiding from, has been planning to kill, locked up, wasn't aware of, has been trying to breed Freya, has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
We're missing the bigger picture. No, we're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Now we're into the basement's basement. Lowest level.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Yeah, but this is a magic lake.
Where are we?
Old cardboard boxes.
We're on the moon. Actually, maybe.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp. And empty. Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water. But it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Mistids of the Sea and Sky. A children's picture book. It looks very old. The ink dip, an elegant bird with red and white plumage. The silver snake, an aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. The soul bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. And the amphiroid, the frog-like creature walking on 2 legs. Well, wait a minute. It's back in the flesh's time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should stop, rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them all 5. Eyes blacked out.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
I mean, I think it's like a sleek but sturdy metal rod has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop at the back of with a short length of red rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished. Well, you know what that is
what's the
attached
photo?
to. Damaged photo. It's been framed but is slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl and a large man is sitting next to her. Well, that is clearly Flora. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. I see what happened here. Okay. Freya isn't dead. She faked her death. Or somehow, because there was the blood in the pot. So somebody was trying to kill her, but she must have used this photo to defend herself. And then used the blood to make it seem like she was dead. You would think they would have checked her pulse, but... And one of the things is probably Flora would speak, but she's clearly trying to cover for Freya. But Freya is the one that clearly hired us. That has to be the case.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
Freya's
There's a roll
dad,
of
probably.
paper up there.
Or Flora's dad, sorry.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
Unroll it. Misted Mansion, North Side, and Cross Section. Music Room, Aviary. The towers didn't exist. Rooftop Garden. Storage. Library. Bedroom. Study. Grand Hall.
Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already?
We haven't been to this one. There's no study. Or, we haven't been to the study, I don't think. Or rather, the rooftop garden was... Wait, the rooftop garden was between these two rooms. So it used to be the study then. Would be my thought. Because if these... I think the towers are up here, but, this would be... Hang on, where's my map?
Oh, have we been to all of these rooms already? Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it? The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context. A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it? A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think.
Okay, so now this would be where... So the towers weren't here.
It's the aviary. Music room. So, the whole house is built on top of some...
Apparently.
That's the room we're in now. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made. It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah. This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second mark where it is now. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake. Freya's room is listed as storage, and, well, yeah, because she's technically not part of the Fellow family, kinda. And a room labeled study is in the center. I guess I didn't click on that, but...
It's an empty bookcase.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time.
A bunch of picture frames. But it's too dark to see the
It's not too dark. The frames are all empty.
Okay. The lake.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Not the painting, is he? Oh, because I think we kept thinking it was Felix. It wasn't, or I kept thinking it was Felix, but no.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, makes sense when you know who he is.
Lord Fellow. Well, wait. Lord Remington.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father. Meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
So do I. Grand Hall.
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
Let's look for a way into the study. It's somewhere in the middle of the house.
The room was marked on the building plans we found.
Yeah, well, it's in the middle of the tank, probably. I don't care about this.
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
It's very spoopy.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on. It's pitch black. I think there's a switch.
Pull it. Convenient.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
The hidden heart.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle.
Oh, Slim with the raid! Hey, Slim, hope Luigi's Mansion went well. I'm in the end game of this game. If anyone is interested in playing it, just a heads up. But it's really good. It's like Professor Layton, kind of. It's a point-and-click adventure. Not super long. It just came out this year. But thanks for the raid, dude. Always appreciate it. Wasn't planning on going this late, but I want to finish this up because I'm really getting into this. An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
That's probably the thing that was used as the murder weapon, maybe.
An axe and some kind of hunting
Honestly,
knife. I'm more worried about the third one.
one?
The one that isn't there.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
Something was burned. The bird! Not much more than a pile of ashes and dust. Among the ashes are several black buttons, and red colored scraps of fabric are still visible.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Okay. Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. Fifth ambassador located finally. Can't say I harbor any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It worked, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom, nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in, she was careful, nothing was moved, but I know it's time.
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe. Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
Or it's a dragon snake.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
The limbs of the creature can be rotated and the claws can be opened or closed. Okay, hang on. I don't...
This crab really reminds me.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
No, I know what it is. It's not the toy. Okay. So closed and up. Up. Right, okay.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also, crabs...
So that's open. It's like that, right?
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
Yeah, but the issue is I don't remember, and I don't want to keep leaving just to look. I mean, that's not right.
I'm sure I've seen this thing somewhere before.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna have
This crab really reminds me.
That little one.
Yeah, but I think I've seen it more recently.
All the joints are bent. Okay, so it's out and then it's bent, and that one is out straight to the right and bent upwards. Okay.
Is that a crab?
It's got a trans.
Also, crabs.
Up. Why is that one different? Okay, like that. And then this one we said was straight out. It's not like that, is it?
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
Perfect.
There we go.
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
Crossbow.
What is it?
Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
If that's a bird skull, we're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about
Big
we stop
bird.
talking about it? Some kind of fish and a...
If that's...
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Centipede? Millipede? How many legs has it got?
Too many.
Yes.
Hooks. Big hooks.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
A large central sheet of paper has been pinned. I knew Hawkshaw is more important than it's letting on. A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A smaller sheet underneath features a drawing resembling a silhouette of a cloaked figure. They confirm that the painting... see, the drawing we have must not be hers then. She took it, but it was actually from this. But I'm wondering if they're going to confirm that the painting that she drew was actually of
Someone's
Hawkshaw.
been using this room. Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank. Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and several years old. A brass plaque at the base of the frame reads, "The Ambassadors of Misted Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have had their faces covered crudely with black ink. But that's... So maybe Freya's actually, like, not good because she mentioned something about this. None of these people look like anyone I recognize.
That photo is important. I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Do those look like scratch marks to you?
Yeah, they're on the inside. They called this room a study?
What would you call it?
The secret death chamber of doom.
Of doom.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
Okay, let's go.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
I know what goes there. Well, that, I think, is the photo. I was right. I was so right. I was so right.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is
That's
way
probably
different.
her mother.
And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Yeah, but it's probably like their fathers and grandfathers.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
We found them already. I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this part of the crossbow.
Oh yeah, no, that's... Hang on. Small lens. Pieces are coming together.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
Oh, end game. End game, probably. The murder.
Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Yes.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near
Well,
the
the
crime
attempted
scene.
murder weapon.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It's fired from above Freya.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
Freya was already lying on her back.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
I don't know, the paint fumes. A gramophone? Flora.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There's something in the gramophone. It was the music being played. I don't think it's... No, I don't think it's that. Well, maybe.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
There's something that caused the crack, though. It wasn't a bomb. Something small. I don't think it's this, but...
That's not it.
No, I didn't think it was. The small lens? But that wouldn't have anything to do with it. Something that would make her fall unconscious. The gramophone was in the gramophone, no. Probably the damaged tape then.
That's not it.
No. The crack tape then.
That's not it.
What the fuck would it have been? I'm probably missing something obvious here. What, some of you figured it out? Is that the make us being a dumbass emote tonight?
That's not it.
I mean, I could just guess everything.
That's not it.
But I hate to do that. It's not the paint, is it?
That's not it.
No, what would it have been? Not the trowel.
That's not it.
I mean, I'll guess the small ones. I don't think it was.
That's not it.
What has everyone been searching for? Oh, but what would that have... Hang on. Oh, right. Okay, I totally forgot about that.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder.
I totally forgot
Neither of
about
them
the
had
noise.
Any idea what it was?
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so. Not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't. But I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing.
Ah.
It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass
They tested
isn't
it.
there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
And that's why they had
Thinking about
the
it,
earmuffs.
Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise. Although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
Yeah, I knew this. My brain wasn't connecting that the beetle did it because I forgot that it could make noises.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it.
No, because of the headphones.
They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
They protected themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment?
It has to
Pointer's
feel
research
threatened.
said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are
There's more
both
to that.
knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and pallet by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Well, I think I know who did it, potentially.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Freya added the blood to the painting itself. Her red blood was swapped out with blood. Or her red paint was swapped out with... Her red blood was swapped out with blood. Her red paint was swapped out with blood. Flora is not holding a knife. She's holding the ink dip feather. Yeah, Freya knew about this, I'm pretty sure. And she prepared herself... Well, I mean, hang on, let's see.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Poppy said Freya would mix all the colors she would need before starting painting. The red substance on the palette and the brush was just going to be blood from the paint. The missing clue.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's
Murderers,
not
the friends we made along the way.
the thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
We found it somewhere else. We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
Oh.
The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
It's in the unfinished painting.
In the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it. Then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas. That's not it.
Okay.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
Red, yellow. Well, yellows. Yellow paint was going to be used to paint. Was there no white paint? The blood. Brown and gray paint. Paintbrush handle. It's gotta be the yellow, because that's the only one that... I mean, technically I would argue this is kind of yellow, but it's honestly more this. This sketch. Of something sitting in the window.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
watching us.
There she is. Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did.
I knew it.
But she's a very good listener. Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
The last one.
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
I don't have anything to tie her hands with.
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy.
So wait. I mean, I guess technically they were never in the same room, but did Penny... That makes sense because she said... Because then... I'm trying to think of the timeline of the events, because... Hawkshaw was from the library. And then... Penny said she came down, but she would have been Hawkshaw. So... I know Hawkshaw said they went out to the garden, but what did Penny... Penny was up in the room and then left. I think it said they went back to their room, I think. So then instead they went to the garden. But they said Hawkshaw had been here for 5 days, so Hawkshaw pretended to be... Well, we'll keep going.
The volition to create something from nothing.
Oh, I figured they did. I was just trying to line it up in my mind.
The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
Well, probably, but...
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after.
Makes
Living
sense.
at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing, and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself.
But I wonder if they live here anyway.
My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that. I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
Okay, just go back and repeat all of that. Okay.
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Misted, sure,
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones. The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose. But they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
The bug.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say?
The postman.
Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen.
She framed
He was
on
very ready to believe
Freya.
he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in, and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in.
It's the 10%.
Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
The Will of Freya Fellow.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
But Flora was in here for most of the night. And everyone died. The end.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we
they
get
know about the
down
beetle?
here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
I mean,
but what happened?
It was his fiancée.
Fitz,
but...
what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she?
I mean, isn't it just a hat?
No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
I thought it was just a hat. It's actually a bird.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Yeah, but wait, we're not done. Or we can't be done. Is it to be continued? Yeah, I kind of figured. Very good work. I love this game, and the voice acting is all very stellar. But, like, I'm pretty sure she survived. Maybe not. I want to see. Oh, no, not Penny. I meant Freya. Or maybe not. I guess there's nothing else. Because my thought was... Though, I mean, I guess she could have written it before her death, but... My thought was that with the damaged photo, that it protected her maybe, but maybe not. It could just be kept like ambiguous on purpose. But is there a sequel planned, or is it just kind of like ending on a cliffhanger, which is fine. Like, I'm fine with that because not everything needs to be wrapped up in a bow, but... Very interesting. I kind of figured, like, near the end Hawkshaw was involved, but I did not think Penny was Hawkshaw. That did catch me by surprise. I like how there's a lot of there's a lot of, like, red herrings a bit in terms of, like, things for importance. There's a lot of the stuff with Felix makes you think this painted model really has nothing to do with anything. The thing with Fritz and possibly, you know, maybe dating Poppy is kind of implied, and but it doesn't really end up having to do with anything, really. It kind of does, but not really. And Flora's drawing never really ended up being resolved either. Like, the stuff with the bird never got fully resolved, though I'm assuming the bird got burned in the incinerator is what it's implied. Like, they have the feather, but I'm thinking the entire bird got burned. Yeah, there's a lot of foreshadowing. Very nice. I'm probably gonna check out the original, I know there's 3 games, but I might check out the one that's on Steam. I loved it. This is just so, this oozes personality. There's so much personality to this game. I went way later than I was expecting to go, but yeah. Well, thank you for stopping by. It's really neat to have you here. I hope everyone else also enjoyed it. Very, very cool. Very cool game. I know at this point when it's watching, like, you've already seen it, but yeah, I wish more people were talking about it because it's such a good game, and it kind of got under the radar a little bit, at least from my perspective. It seemed like it did. I might stay for 5 more hours. I could, but but yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. Next week I'll be playing Pokemon Blind, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and other than that, I gotta rework my schedule because I know the 25th will no longer be what it was planned to be. I would extend, like, I would say more, or I would continue, but honestly, it's getting late and I need to grab some food. But yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by. Great game. I hope to see more in the future. If a sequel does come out, I will definitely be buying it, no question. Well, yeah, I saw the Wargroove thing. We'll still be doing the Wargroove campaign, but... Alright, I'm not going to rate anyone because I don't think anyone's still streaming. But thank you everyone. Thank you, Edwin, for stopping by. And I will see you guys maybe next week. If not, maybe in the future. Alright, night, guys.